welcome you. And I want to thank you very, very, very much for honoring our invitation. Thank you for coming on board, Mr. Akinyoyegun. Actually, the Reverend Dr. Adedipe. Thank you. These are the early birds, the people who believe in us so much as to join us pretty early. Any moment from now, we are going to be airborne, and it's my great pleasure and the Touchstone team to welcome all those who will be joining us for this all-important conversation. So excited. I feel so excited. We're not going to wait on the dot of 3 p.m. West African time. We'll be airborne. So are you, I hope you're ready. I hope we are ready. Okay. Correct. Hello and welcome to Business Sustainability Series by Touchstone Limited in association with Master Scale Consulting. Thank you for joining us, particularly the early bird. My name is Tunde Ojo, and it's a great privilege for me to lead the Touchstone team. This is the first in this series, although this is the 66th series, the 66th edition in the series. And I must tell you that we have a great privilege of opening the year with Dr. Biodun Adedipe. You know, for those who are quite familiar with this series, Dr. Biodun Adedipe, I was the one that opened the series, and Doctor became, you know, if you like, the second. And in all honesty, we treat him as the very first. And it's a great thing that we're privileged to be alive for the year 2022. And it's a great privilege for Dr. Adedipe opening up the conversation for Business Sustainability Series. I want to say, for those we have not seen or we have not met, a happy new year to you. Happy 2022. All right. Now, for also those who are joining us for the first time, you're wondering what Touchstone is all about. Touchstone is a global idea, a brand strategy and communication consulting firm. We're in business to make our clients to be more successful, to make our clients as well as their brands to be more successful in a very complicated and changing marketplace, changing world that we have found ourselves. Touchstone Business Sustainability Series is our initiative to dimension the key drivers of sustainable business growth in a world that is characterized by crisis, chaos, and complexity. And we have been engaging thought leaders like Dr. Adedipe, entrepreneurs, business leaders, brand manager, academics, and experts across disciplines and industries in their quest to finding solutions, not only for businesses to survive, but also to thrive. Once again, my name is Tunde Ojo. Thank you for joining this all-important conversation. I am highly grateful and highly indebted to the entire Touchstone team for making this happen from time to time. We have reviewed and we've said from 2022, this is the 66th edition. We will keep this once in a fortnight. And I want to tell you, keep a date with us. It's an intellectual feast with experts that are fecund, fertile, and they're ready to go. And just before we go, a little bit of the housekeeping, particularly for those who are joining us for the first time. We want all microphones and cameras to be muted so that we can resist. We can eliminate distractions as much as possible so that our presenter and the host will be. But we have a Q&A session after the presentation, and there can be opportunity for comments as well as interventions. However, the chat room is open so that we can have a very similar program. Our guest for today is Dr. Biodun Adedipe, the Chief Consultant of Biodun Adedipe Associates Limited, BAA. This is a gentleman I've known for years, and it gives me, great pleasure and great joy. So once again, welcome him as a great faculty and a guest speaker. Now, a little bit on Dr. Biodun Adedipe. I mean, you can always Google him, but let me say just a couple of things. And I'm excited at the, I don't want to, start calling names. I'm excited at the galaxy of people who are joining us this hot afternoon sun in Lagos, Nigeria. If you're joining us from different part of the world, maybe it's good morning to you, or good evening to you, or even good night. I hope it's not good night. Dr. Biodun Adedipe is a world-class economist and finance and management consultant. It's not just because he obtained BSc Economics first class and a PhD in economics specializing in corporate finance, but also because he has worked in World Bank Mission, Nigeria, African region, has spent more than 40 years as university lecturer, researcher, investment banker for a famous investment, banking house called International Merchant Bank. A lot of young people may not know that. And First City Merchant Bank, now First City Monument Bank, financial management consultant, and is a trainer of trainers, trainer of banks, bankers. He's worked in central bank and other non-financial, non-for-profit organizations. Doctor has also worked as senior special assistant to the President Financial Development in the Office of the Chief Economic Advisor under the former president. Is a list of many firsts and laurels, and I don't want to bore you with all of that. He too also is a man of great achievement, but a great and humble man. I mean, sometimes I wonder, how do you find in the same brain humility as well as outstanding achievements? But that is Dr. Biodun Adedipe. For you, this is not just a world-class brain. It's also a first-class humble man. So I want to welcome Dr. Biodun Adedipe, and he will be speaking on the all-important topic. I mean, the economy. Somebody said is the economy, stupid, for want of this is a quotation. All right. If the economy is working, not a lot of people will doubt whether the president is competent or not. And that is a situation, whether you are talking of the United States or you are talking of Australia, from Casablanca to South Africa to Nigeria. If the economy is working, the president would seem to be working. But we have a challenging global economy and also local challenges. And Dr. Biodun Adedipe is going to be opening that up. The topic is Nigerian economy in 2022, expectations and opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome once again one of our lead faculty members at Touchstone Business Sustainability Series, a great mind, a fecund mind, an expert of note, Dr. Biodun Adedipe, to open up the conversation for this year. And I promise you, it's just going to be a full blast. We're going to be going on in full salvo once in 2 weeks. It's going to be a time of intellectual feast with practical application. Dr. Adedipe, welcome to Touchstone Business Sustainability 66 series.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tunde Ojo, my very good friend and brother for so many years. Maybe I shouldn't even count years, we count decades. And Touchstone, so happy to be a part of this conversation today, and a very big thank you. Now to the attendees here, what I always say about economics is this: there are those who are professionals in it, who look at it on a daily basis, and that is basically what their life is all about. There are those who are also practitioners. We're all practitioners because we participate in it. Our daily activities also are a part of the things that define the state, the trend, and the pattern of the economy. So it then means every one of us is an expert in economics, whichever way we want to look at it. So the issue then is that we cannot all agree, and that's a part of the profession. we don't always all agree in terms of what should be done or how what is happening should be interpreted. But what is most important, in my own perspective, is how we take this from the perspective of the person who runs a business and therefore desires to make sense about what is happening in the economy. I prepared a deck of slides and I will share that now and go through them as quickly as I can so that we can spend more time interrogating the issue, the facts, and the interpretation for us all to make some good sense of what we are discussing. So I'd like to start from where we were, and then make reference to where we are today and see whether there's been any decisive change in the last 5 years. Then also point to what you and I, as economic agents, especially if you are in business, what should gain your attention today after looking at all of these things. Then we know COVID-19 has done some things around the world. It caused troubles everywhere. It created opportunities. So I'm going to introduce a dimension in terms of interpreting what is happening around us so that we don't dissipate our energy discussing what we should leave to economists like me, who like to talk big grammar, graphs and charts and the rest of them. Then what was the state of our economy in 2021? What do we expect in 2022? And what should you be doing as a business person, preparing for 2022 and beyond? So now the first thing is this. When our economy came out of recession 5 years ago in 2017, we had a lot of conversation, people, giving reasons why the economy went into recession. Some say, oh, it is this government that we have today. Some say, no, it is because of oil. Oil took us into recession, oil brought us out in. And I said, look, if we really want to be factual about our economy has been structurally defective for decades. And that means until we are able to decisively address some, maybe all of these deficiencies or defects, let me say, we might not find ourselves to escape what I call episodic recession. That means from time to time we tumble into recession, crawl out of it, only waiting for when the next one will come. And I put them as 5 in number. Number 1, oil dependency for foreign earnings. Now, we used to talk about, the fact that we depend on crude oil, associated gas, condensate to the tune of 80-something, at times 90-something% of our foreign earnings. And of course, on the other hand, that's also funneled into government revenue. It made us so vulnerable. And of course, the question is, between 2017 and now, has that changed? Unfortunately, it has not changed. We still depend largely on oil for foreign earnings. Secondly, policy inconsistency, which is of 3 planks. Number 1, every policy internally. Take, for example, monetary policy. Is it internally consistent? That means the various components of it, are they aligned with each other? That's number 1. Then we can look at monetary, fiscal, and trade policy. Whether across those 3 major policy plans, they are all also aligned. Then we can now talk about consistency that runs over time. Okay? But there's also the other leg of poor policy coordination. Number 3, leakages, if you like, call that corruption, and of course, fiscal inefficiency. Number 4, our dependence on imports, which of course distorts our balance of payments. And the 5th one is low national productivity. Question, has this changed in the last 5 years? Unfortunately, we've not seen any decisive change there. So it's still the same story. But what is the issue for you and I today? If you are doing business in Nigeria, my strong advice is always this. That business environment has many challenges, no doubt. But at the same time, it has many opportunities. It is now what you see and focus on that will determine the choices you make. But rather, unfortunately, the choices we make will turn around and also make us. Which means we make choices, and those choices will lead us into what we become. And so what I always advise anyone analyzing or interpreting the economy is to recognize the challenges, but give more attention to the opportunities. Now, let me talk to COVID-19. We've seen a lot of things happen within that space. In fact, just today, we got news that there is now a COVID-19 vaccine approved in South Africa. Good news. But the point really is that over 300 vaccines in the world, different stages, alpha test stage, beta test, clinical trial, and all of that. But the point is that COVID-19 came and caused troubles everywhere. But as it brought troubles everywhere, it also created opportunities. Okay? Before COVID-19, our life was normal. Wake up in the morning, get a cup of tea or coffee, whichever one is your preference, a slice of bread, have your breakfast, life was okay, step out and go to work, come back tired, go for your bed, everything was fine. Then COVID-19 came and all of these things unraveled. Then by March 2020, COVID-19 was declared a pandemic by the World Health Organization, and then we all began to talk about the new normal. So what were the kind of things we saw? We saw in respect of economics, oil price war, especially between Russia and Saudi Arabia. Stock markets all over the world collapsed. Of course, economic recession everywhere, except in a few countries like Taiwan, okay, that escaped it. But then industries, wholesale collapse of industries, aviation, hospitality, tourism, luxury goods, food, and entertainment. Then, of course, a rush of legislations all over the world. International relations also became frosty. United Nations also began to face its own challenge in terms of leadership for the world. Of course, World Health Organization faces its own challenges at some point. And then, of course, polarization we see all around the world in most countries. Okay, what are the implications? Government stepped in to prevent economic going into slump. So they introduced stimulus packages, intervention variously. Today, we talk about the pandemic fatigue. Now, businesses, failures, closures, strategies, business models unraveled and needed to be rethought and also reimagined and reset. Livelihoods, job losses, sustainability became a major challenge. Health, talking about hospital facilities, stretched to the limit. Then we began to talk about mental well-being. All of these were issues, implications, complications, complexities caused by COVID-19. As at yesterday, when I checked, 5:55 p.m., over 388 million officially have been documented to have contracted COVID-19 all over the world. Now, over 5.7 million people had also lost their lives to COVID-19. Remember, these are official figures. That means the actual figures are much higher than this. I was looking at the data for India just yesterday evening, and of course, what is projected as the actual are different from the official. Very, very huge number. So now, we said, if COVID-19 crosses from being a pandemic and becomes endemic, what is life likely to be like? What will business world look like? We call that the next normal. And that's why I put a question mark here. In the next normal, what do we expect to happen? So what should we begin to do? This is like a summary of major things happening around the world, not the totality of it. Those major things selected globally, coming down to Africa. Global economy projected to grow by 5.9% in 2021, but will dampen in 2022. Increased global energy prices triggers global inflationary pressures. Everybody around the world now is talking about inflation. And so we see also central bank responding to that by intensifying stimulus rollback. That means slowing down, or in fact reversing bond buying. If they buy bond, they put more money out. That supports fiscal stimulus and therefore brings more money into the space for the economic will to keep turning. Shifting economic growth to energy exporting countries from energy importing ones. Rebound of international trade. Of course, the big issue everybody is talking about, normalization. I will come to that later with respect to Nigeria, because people often talk about normalization. Oh, it's going to spell trouble for Nigeria. But there are some things I will point out to our attention that should make us not to worry about normalization. Then, of course, we have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, okay, projected that if we execute it successfully, it is likely to increase intra-regional trade in Africa to about 20%, which of course still rates poorly or compares poorly with 60% in Asia, 70% in the European Union. Now, a situation where growing from a low base of 2020, many economies in the world in 2021 grew strongly and significantly. And so we began to look at that as the outcome of stimulus and of course, what we might call monetary policy. But now, as the economies begin to slow down starting from 2022, is there a possibility that in the near term, we might be heading towards stagflation, which most of the advanced economies exited some 40 years, 50 years ago? So that also has come into the conversation about the global economy. I came across this particular publication by the London economist, and it caught my attention that yes, these probably are some of the issues we should be interrogating this year and going forward globally. In terms of political environment, democracy, we also will see some footnotes and handwritings of autocracy. Of course, COVID-19 likely in 2022 to pass from being a pandemic to becoming endemic. And why is that so? It will become endemic for the following reasons. Number one, when the global population becomes, at least 50% and above fully vaccinated, that these are the things required to achieve herd immunity. That's number one. Number two, possibility, and we have that now, of a therapeutic drug that will now enable COVID-19 become subject to treatment like malaria, where you are confirmed you have it, they give you some medications, pop into your mouth, swallow it, and go about your business as normal. So that is already happening because therapeutic drug is already available for the most critical cases of COVID-19 in hospitals. The only thing is that the drugs are not yet available over the counter, like you and I can go and buy anti-malaria medication. So now, if you combine that, vaccination, and then therapeutic drugs, and of course, the more knowledge we have about COVID-19, the easier it is now for us to deal with it. So therefore, it will become endemic. And so we probably can now return back to normal business. But that business environment is no longer going to be the normal we knew before. It will be a new normal that is beyond what we call new in March 2020. That's why we put it as next normal. Inflation war is all over the world. I just mentioned that. How about the future of work? Many of us have gone remote working. I've been working from home since March 2020, and I'm still working from home. Yet my business is running, and the business is also growing as well. So but the question is this: if we get to the next normal, when COVID-19 becomes endemic, are we likely to see most of those who are doing remote working return to work? What does that mean for different types of businesses? If you run, for example, a real estate business, what does that mean for you? It means then that in real estate, the demand for space will reduce in terms of workspaces. That is number one. What will that do to your business? Do you possibly need to begin to talk about conversion of what used to be offices into a combination of residential and offices? So those are issues within the real estate. Now we talk about technology. We call it the new techlash. Now the new techlash means technology has become more important. In the last 3 years, Nigeria became part of the top 6 in terms of internet penetration. In fact, we're number 6 in terms of ranking globally. And so the question again is, what is coming out of that? Let me drop 2 things here for us. Nigeria is a highly referenced country when it comes to technology globally as of today. And I'll give you 2 illustrations very quickly. Number 1, the new investment into fintech startups in 2021 into Africa. Nigeria was number 1 in that. Nigeria was recipient of 60% of fresh inflows with respect to fintech startups globally. The second one is what I would call, a second, what am I call just a by the way evidence, nothing that concrete, so to say, because it's just something I observed. There is this Ghanaian company that began operations 98 years ago, 1924 to be specific. And they said they wanted to recruit a new head of IT for the group of companies. And they gave out a mandate that whoever the consulting firm handling that will recruit for them must find either an Indian or a Nigerian. Remember, it's a Ghanaian brand. They've been operating for 98 years. Their head of IT resigned and gave them notice. And they said over the next 6 months, this was October last year, that they want a replacement to come either from India or from Nigeria. So that gives you an idea of what is happening to technology in Nigeria. But come to think of it, this platform on which we are having this conversation is Zoom. Zoom before COVID-19 was merely surviving, struggling to survive. COVID-19 came and everything changed. Cryptocurrencies, of course, is an area. I've also done some work, part of what I did also for the central bank last year, between April and May last year, on cryptocurrency. But the reality is this. A statement was made that is there a possibility that cryptocurrencies can do to the banks as we know them in a traditional form what email did to postal service? Is there a possibility? In which case we begin to discuss decentralized finance, DeFi, and now ask ourselves, is there a possibility that all of these things coming up within that space can suddenly make banks become irrelevant in the process of intermediation? What role is blockchain technology playing there? Then we talk about climate crunch, travel troubles, that talks to aviation, space races, and of course, political footballs. Now, coming back home to our, what has happened to us in the last, let's say, 8 years thereabout? How has our economy behaved? We can see there, like I also remind people who misinterpret data wrongly, that the economy didn't go into recession because Buhari's government is poorly managing the economy. The data available shows clearly that we began the journey to recession in 2014. That is by the way. But like I said earlier, the issue is you will always go into that recession. It will become episodic insofar as the defects in the structure of our economy are not corrected. Of course, we went to the recession 20, like many other countries around the world, and of course the global economy. But one thing is this, if it was projected that our economy will grow very well in 2021, 3% by the government, the MBS, PA Consult, we said 2.74%, IMF 2.7%, World Bank 2.4%. What happened between January and September that we have data for? Average growth rate 3.18% between January and September 2021. Now, if you project that for the rest of the year, typically, looking at the historical pattern with the Nigerian economy, the fourth quarter is always a quarter of higher speed than the preceding three. So if the quarter grew higher than this average, that means our economy could not have grown at less than 3.2%. But when I try to do some projections, I found very interesting numbers, because if the government will come out with that, that is MBS, let me say, come out with that growth rate projected, there will be a whole lot of mix. But again, it's a reflection of the base effect, and that play out. Take our GDP in 2021, January to September. Take our GDP, January to September 2020. That's the base you are comparing with. If you look at how that pattern went, by the time you lay out what you project as the difference between fourth quarter of 2020 compared to the preceding 3 quarters, and lay a similar pattern against fourth quarter of 2021 projected versus January to September 2021 actual, you are likely to find a double-digit growth rate for this economy in 2021. But let's even assume we did 3.2%. At that level, we are in fact at a growth rate greater than our population growth rate for the first time in 8 years. Then talking about oil, what's the price of Nigerian body like the premium crude? I tried to check that out yesterday evening. it was $91.3 per barrel. This money is still so there, $91.30. So how about the structure of the economy? Now, this is where I normally pass a message to everybody. Depending on who you are, if you're a policymaker, I know how to interpret this for you. If you're a business person, I know how to interpret this for you. Depending again on the nature of your business, there's a way we also interpret it. But generally, for the private sector, that accounts for about 90% of our GDP, and that is based on data we have interrogated. Put all the budgets of the government together in Nigeria, federal and subnational and state and local government, assuming they find the money in their budget 100%, put everything together, you won't get more than 10-11% of our GDP. So which means the real value being created in Nigeria is in the public sector, the private sector. If that is the case, then what the private sector should be doing is interpreting this. Which sectors contribute the most to our GDP? You see agriculture there, you see trade, ICT, manufacturing, mining, and quarrying, real estate. Between those six, in the last 10 to 11 years, they have accounted for between 77 and 82% contribution to our GDP. You can now do a deep dive into these sectors variously. I had this kind of engagement with people in the agri sector this morning, especially the MSMEs. And so I did a deep dive into the agri sector and now looked at the 4 subsectors of agriculture in Nigeria. Crop, production, fishing, livestock, forestry. And again, projected that, and it showed very interesting figures. But what is most important here is that if these are the 6 sectors that create most of the value, the question is looking at your own customer base. How many of your customers or clients are in these sectors where the most value is being created? I've successfully applied this in my own business, by the way, by challenging my colleagues and I and saying, how many clients do we have in these sectors that drive or create the most value in our economy? And it is interesting because it played out by shifting our focus in terms of strategy. And today we are counting how many clients we have in there. In fact, in agriculture, we have a foreign client there that is giving us a lot of business. And that, of course, has become a pointer to how we should run the business in terms of relationship. So that's the question number 1 you ask yourself in looking at this. Now, import-export nexus, that's our external sector. If you look at this data, it shows you that imports is growing very strongly and faster than our exports. If you stay at that level, we become worried and begin to think that at some point, our pocket will become empty because we are paying more to the rest of the world than the rest of the world is paying us for what they import from us. So in which case, you now tell yourself that, hey, wait a minute, we are importing so much. Very soon, we won't be able to even afford the imports. But the question again is, yes, imports are greater than exports, but what exactly are we importing? So I decided to look further into the data. And I said, okay, let me not stay at 2021 and 2020, where I see this phenomenon played out. Let me go back a little to 2019, 2018. That is pre-COVID-19, and now the era of COVID-19. What were we importing? If you look at the data for the first 3 quarters of 2021, 25.5% of our imports were capital goods and parts, 10.5% transport equipment, industrial supplies 25.1%, food and beverage 14.9%. So I then told myself that means if I look at industry, that is talking about capital goods and industrial supplies, they both account for about 50% of our import. That means in the near term, possibility is that some of the things we currently import will probably reproduce them locally. So that gave me some bit of comfort. That means it might look uncomfortable today, but where the money is going into is giving me a pointer that there might be an improvement in the near term. The external results, we use this to measure your capacity to pay for your imports. So usually, therefore, the focus is on how many months of our import bill can our external reserves pay. I don't subscribe to analysts that are trying to do interpret external reserves in terms of the population. For me, that is dubious analysis. comparing external reserves to population. If you do that, then you make a mess. When you compare the external reserves of US, it is population. But usually US keeps external reserves hovering around $118 to $120 billion. Whereas you see in China with $3.something trillion on occasions. They will not say, oh, Nigeria, because of our population, our external reserve is so small, compared to population, as if we are going to distribute it. That is not the interpretation. It's a very dubious analysis. So I don't want you to waste your time and waste your energy interpreting it that way. All you want to do is, wait a minute, two things to consider: liquid external reserves, and then what is our monthly import bill? The data come from MBS and Central Bank. For the merchandise export, the imports, get the data from MBS, you get out of from their website, okay? If you take the figure for 2021, January to September, 3.65 trillion naira worth of imports. Use the official rate, convert to dollars. You get $8.9 billion every month that we spend on imports. Then look at the liquid portion of our external reserves. You get that from the CBN website. And then compare those two numbers. It gives you 4.52 months. That means it is below the threshold of 6 months that should give you comfort in terms of stable exchange rate. So if I were in the CBN, I'll be worried that we have less than what can pay our import bills for 6 months. The concept economically is that if for any strange reason, and that is an extreme, Nigeria is unable to export and earn any money from anywhere in the world, how long will what we have in our pockets sustain us? That's what it is used to measure, okay? But remember I said in the extreme, that extreme is very rare. You must get to a point where the rest of the world entirely put a blockade against Nigeria and cannot send anything to the rest of the world. So let me bring this in here because it's interesting. I made reference earlier to normalization. And you hear some analysts say, oh, because normalization is happening in the advanced economies, therefore, there will be an outflow of investments from Nigeria. And of course, we'll not be able to also attract, portfolio investments and even FDIs. And I say that also is a fallacy. Let me tell you how to interpret that and why I think that is not a correct interpretation of the situation. Global debt as a year 2000, $83 trillion. That was 230% of global GDP. By 2021, last year, it was $295 trillion, okay? And that was 355% of the global GDP. Now, the growth rate of debt has more than doubled the global GDP growth rate, okay? But all of that will reflect in finances of nations, of corporates, and households. So the question is this: if your country borrowed more from the rest of the world, we then will interrogate what you borrowed from the following perspective. Number one, are those loans that you took, are they fixed rate loans or the rates are flexible? Which says, for example, are those loans priced at LIBOR plus, for example, all right? Of course, the plus you have there will be a reflection of the risk premium. Then as a corporate entity, this we talk to some of our banks, for example, in Nigeria, that have Euro bonds, okay? So, of course, households. Now, if policy rates are being raised by major central banks around the world, that is what we call normalization. The impact now will depend on where you borrow from. If you borrow from China, China is raised this January. China has not raised it, okay? So if your loan is from China, it's not getting more expensive. That's just by the way. So, but in terms of interpretation, the question is historically in Nigeria, anytime the MPR, that's the monetary policy rate in Nigeria, is raised, have we observed any, sharp reduction in lending by our financial institutions? Or when the rate was lowered or reduced, did we observe any uptick in borrowing? It has not been proven in that consistent pattern over the years. So, and that brings me to the lot of noise about external debt. And I want to also bring some bit of information here. that Nigeria is borrowing from China is simply because we are taking advantage of what China is doing for emerging economies and developing economies. You can fact check this. Just go on any search engine on the internet and Google China Belt Road Initiative, BRI. When you see that, you find that it's not only Nigeria that is benefiting from that. That's number one. It is designed as a project, or let me call it a program, by which China will help these countries develop their infrastructure. So for me, as an analyst, I see no problem there whatsoever. And why is that so? You go and run a simple check. Again, on this internet search engine, just put in their infrastructure index. See where Nigeria is in terms of quality of infrastructure. We are over 100 in terms of position. The last time I checked, we were 110 in terms of position for the infrastructure index. But look at the top 20, top 30 countries. That is countries having the best infrastructure in the world on the infrastructure index. Then check out GDP, your debt GDP ratio. And then let's see whether those countries are heavily indebted. You will find a correlation that is fairly strong, 60-something%. That's what I found. Which tells me that a lot of the countries with very world-class infrastructure are also heavily indebted. That's on the one side. Now, the question again is, interrogate the external debt. What proportion of that is multilateral? 48.7%, okay? But multilateral loans usually come very cheap. They are longer tenor. So in which case, the source of the loan becomes important. Where is it coming from? So the real challenge we face here is not about borrowing. The challenge is, what are we borrowing for? That's the purpose. So if what we borrow is project tied, then we ask the question again, which projects and where are those projects located? If those projects connect to what in analysis we did some 11 years ago, tied to economic clusters in Nigeria, it then means the focus of those projects is to link industries to markets and the farms, which means you produce in the farm, you produce in the factory. Is it possible for you to get your output to the market without bearing out of this world cost? So that is the focus of that. Now, on the one side. Now, talking about investment, I've already mentioned it earlier. Fintech startups is an exception for Nigeria because a lot of inflows in there, in 2021. So, but for me, the way it goes is this: if interest rates are normalized in the advanced countries, to what extent that people take their monies away from Nigeria? Let's assume that Bank of England moved their own base rate from 0.25% just this week to 0.5%. That's still less than 1% anyway. And let's now look at the Fed in the US. Let's assume the Fed takes rate to 6% per annum. How does that compare with the rates an investor will get here in Nigeria? That's number one. They're talking about the risk premium. What they will take at the risk premium, how does that compare to the differential in interest rates between Nigeria and, let's say, the US market? So the smart investor will still come here, go and interrogate the data on capital importation in Nigeria, January to September 2021. We had more of portfolio investment coming to Nigeria than FDIs. That is a pointer to the fact that the noise we make here in Nigeria to discourage ourselves and also begin to look at things that also demoralize about normalization is really not played out, okay? Of course, exchange rate. Let me also tell you this. Don't you ever lose your sleep or allow yourself to develop headache or high blood pressure because Naira is losing value. The interpretation of that for any business person is simply this. It is not about Naira is losing value. It is about, if Naira loses value, how will that affect me? The effect of my business will simply be a function of how much of foreign input gets into my business. So if the Naira exchange rate goes up by 1 Naira to $1, what will be the change in the cost of my operations? So question is, how will I cover that cost? That means I either must sell more That's why we say that the best cost management strategy is to grow your income. All right. I must sell more. So how many units more must I sell in order to cover this cost uptick, cost exchange rate movement? Then on the other hand, you will ask yourself strategically, is there a possibility that I can restructure my business in such a way that I begin also to earn foreign? Are there opportunities within Africa? You know, I was involved in a conversation recently about, this was on First Bank platform anyway, what can Nigeria do to grow exports? I said we can speak all the grammar from now to tomorrow, but bring it down to strategy. If I will advise Nigeria, and that also applies to you and I here on this platform, the way to go is we have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that opens up the borders of all countries to whatever is produced within Africa. So what does that mean for us? It means we have all African countries open to us as possible target markets. So take the top 20 imports of any of the countries you are aiming to do business with. What are the top 20 imports? Where are they imported? What are the quality specifications? And what is the landing cost in those countries? Is there a possibility of producing similar things in Nigeria and delivering them to those African countries at a cost lower than what they pay to the countries they import from as of today? And that is the way to go. So I now have a table of top 20 imports of selected African countries. So if any of us wants to do business, therefore, we can pick any of those and say, look, I want to get into that business. If you get into it, that will begin to earn you foreign currency. So don't lose your sleep about the exchange rate, all right? Stock market is useful to watch because it's a lead indicator for the economy. And of course, stock market in Nigeria in 2021 ended with a return of 6.07%. That's year-to-date return, end of the year, 6.07%. As at this year, from the beginning of this year to now, we are hovering around 9%. That is quite good. Summary of it all, macroeconomic concerns, people talk about deepening poverty. I have a different view there. My view changed because I sat back at some point, looked at what happened in 2021, and looked at the reality of it, that most of the countries that label Nigeria as poor, have you considered why they should be the same countries whose people to sell to Nigeria? How can poor people buy what you are producing if they are truly poor? How come? Through the different social classes. But I mean, we say they are very poor, below the poverty line. But you send your items here, even if they are pre-used, that means they are either fellow use or whatever. You bring them to Nigeria, they still get sold, okay? Come with middle class items, you get them sold. Travel packers, they get sold. Every major airline they want is still flying to Nigeria. Every day they leave and they are going out with loaded cabins. So question for me is, I find it difficult to relate the claim of Nigeria as the poverty capital of the world, which is a lie anyway. And of course, insecurity. We all know that is a reality we are facing, affecting logistics, creating distribution constraints. Consumer behavior, I will link that to technology disruptions. I advise here to everyone, I told earlier, that thing the London economics called tech lash. The application to us here is that in the business world, we are moving from Internet of Things, IoT, to Internet of Business. What I mean, behavior. What does that mean? Internet of Behavior means we should begin now to see how you use data and information about your customers to plan how you do your marketing. When in the year do those customers buy from you? Where do they buy? How do they buy? How do they pay for what they bought? And all of these things, such information and data, you must begin to use them. Otherwise, the world will leave you behind in the next normal. So let me now come to the conclusion. Now, I gave a summary of the budget in just 3 slides so that you don't get choked with information. So not all of us, we have time to look at the budget. What I did is summary. What are the priorities? What is government aiming to achieve with budget 2022? What are the projections, okay, in terms of expectations? And then, of course, we come to what is the outcome. With the reversal of, oil subsidy, we're adding 1 trillion naira to the deficit in the budget. That means deficit goes down to 4% of GDP instead of about 3.46% that we saw in the budget. So the question again is, what do we expect to happen between now and the next 2 to 3 years in the near term? What are the projections, expectations for 2022? All projections, either made by IMF, World Bank, the MBS, BA Consult, and several others, is pointing to the fact that the economy will grow faster and stronger than what we had in 2021. So how does that apply to you and I as business people here? If the economy grows faster than your business is growing, somebody within that economic space is growing at your expense. So you want to ensure your business doesn't grow anywhere slower than the Nigerian, economic growth is GDP. Inflation rate will still remain double digit. Yes, here and there, we expect this is a pre-election year that comes with its own risks and peculiarities. Yes, foreigners want to also leave Nigeria because they are not sure of who will come into the office, but they don't live that way because it's a space I've interrogated and also consulted in. Even the big consultancies, the top 5, they do consult us as well as we are, asking questions. What do we think will happen? Let me give you that first hand. So you don't need to consult anybody to do that. What to do, number 1, is in a pre-election year, we have modeled that from 1999 to date. 1998 was a pre-election year, 2002, 2006, then we got to 2010, and of course we looked at 2014, then 2018. So what happened in Nigeria? 2022 is yet another such year. What happened? The pattern is this: foreign investors troop out when they have no clear idea of who will likely become the next president, number 1. Number 2, which political party will likely take charge of the government. So the way to go this year is until those major political parties, APC and PDP, select their candidates, we cannot do any serious expectation in terms of the political environment. But when they choose their candidates, what now follows that is to monitor the sound bites. That is what those candidates put out as what they want to do with the Nigerian economy in the next 4 years. In fact, as we speak, BA Consult is involved with conversation with one of such aspirants that wants to set a tone on the direction to go and what he should put before Nigerians as a message why we should vote for him. Of course, we are charging them for that because they won't get that for free from us. But the way it goes simply is this: once they choose their candidates, we know what to expect. What to expect then, and the chances of those candidates is what determines what foreign investors do at the end of the day. Even foreign governments show interest in that. At times they also approach us and want to get our opinions in terms of interpretation of that. Of course, we expect continued pressure to be on the central bank, and there's a likelihood that CBN will also devalue the naira further, but we don't expect any significant devaluation. Okay? So now, what should you do at the final part? I will close it now and go into conversation. Now, every single day when you wake up as a business person, you must ask yourself questions on these 4 things: people, strategy, execution, and cash. People are your employees, your customers, your shareholders happy and engaged in your business. If you were to hire them all over, will you hire the same people you have today as employees? Will you want the same customers or clients on your book? Your shareholders currently, will really be the same people you want to have? Then you come to strategy. Can every member of your team explain your firm's strategy in simple language? That means you have communicated it and they also understand it very well and they are ready to fight for it. We use 3 words that sound similar. Your strategy tells us your aspiration. Then the next question is that inspiring enough? Inspiration in that your aspiration? But will that also inspire your people to perspire? So that means you talk about aspiration, inspiration, and perspiration. So will your people be inspired by that your aspiration and go to the extent of perspiring to achieve it? Execution. Are your processes running without drama and driving industry-leading profitability? Cash. Do you have consistent sources of cash? This is peculiar to every business, okay? Somebody has a school, and we did a review of that. Although we did it for because this person is more or less a family, let's say the church, okay? But the school is doing very well and growing very strongly. And then we gave them a warning about cash, how to manage cash. In BA Consult, we run a different business model, okay? We've done that for a television station before, where they got it wrong in terms of dealing with cash. Of course, banks deal in cash and their raw material anyway. So the issue again is the nature of your business will determine what to do. But ultimately, the discipline required to keep a business growing is all about what you do with the income you generate. Get every staff of your company to become a rainmaker. That means strategy must become everybody's everyday job, and everyone must be involved in execution. 4 things you must not joke with in the next normal. And that's the way we identified and deal with it in BA Consult. Number 1 is sustainability. How can you repeatedly enhance the value you deliver to your clients? So in which case, how do you keep them? How, for example, has BA Consult kept WAEC as a client for the last 22 years? How have we kept Central Bank of Nigeria patronizing us repeatedly in the last 22 years? How have we succeeded in keeping First Bank as our client since 1994? How have we managed to keep Lapo Microfinance Bank, helping them in the journey of growing from 740,000 customers to over 4 million customers today in the last 10 years? How have we worked with MPF Microfinance Bank, the only listed microfinance bank in Nigeria today, again, in the last 22 years? So there's a way you do that, and that means you must continually enhance the value you deliver to your clients. That is why they will keep giving you fresh business and remain with you. You must still disrupt. If you don't disrupt the market, somebody else will come and disrupt the market and knock you out of business. We can challenge the current status, challenge the current arrangement. So how do you do things? For example, today, have brand recognition by the major players in the world. And the one I found most exciting is when one of the top 5 came to BA Consult in December 2021 and said they will want us to take their advisory staff in Africa, not just in Nigeria, through the process of analyzing the business environment, then interpreting that, they now gave us their focus this year, 3 different sectors. What should we do in order to be successful as business consultant in those 3 sectors? Now, this is one of the top 5 globally coming to us to learn that. What am I trying to say here? We've over the years learned to build competence in interpreting what is happening in the environment and then coming to what you should be doing to grow your business. So that also has brought for us brand recognition by the 3 out of the top 5 consulting firms globally. So but because we've done some things to disrupt that market, that made them to recognize us, if one of them creates business for us by telling his clients to go and invite BA to do something for them where they know we have competence, then reimagine your business, look forward and think forward, disconnect from the past. And this was the way I dealt with DHL when they came to me a few years ago. I said DHL Nigeria was the best in terms of growth of revenue in the entire DHL family in the world. I was now invited to motivate the marketing staff of DHL in Nigeria. And I told myself, what do you tell champions? If they were the champions within the DHL family globally, what do I tell them? And it was a simple thing, which is what I put to you today. That whatever your company achieved in 2021, it's already history. If you analyze your performance in 2021, it is post-mortem analysis. So what is important is, what must you do now and going forward in order to grow your business? If you are not growing, somebody will grow at your expense. Finally, resilience. You can't build resilience into your system if you are distant from the market. So you must constantly be in tune with the market, interrogate it every day. What is happening there? So if you respond to what is happening in the market, then you build resilience. So my closing slide, every day from time to time, look at your strategy. What are you doing? Why are you doing it? How are you doing it? For whom, where, and when? BA Consult now, we consult across almost every sector in the Nigerian economy. But we started in banking. But from there, over the last 28 years, we began consultants for different entities in different sectors of the economy. So how about your business model? Your strategy is useless if it doesn't bring money on the table. So business model talks about how do we make money out of our answer to the questions I put here on strategy. Resources, what do we need? Then relationships, whom do we need? The era we are in is that of collaboration. And that means if you must grow, you need to collaborate. That is why, for example, we collaborate with McKinsey, we collaborate with KPMG, we collaborate with and of course a couple of others. So there are some things any of these ones want to do that they will not go to do it without inviting BA to join them. They trade business for us. They also give us materials. But what do they enjoy from us? They enjoy free service. So if the lawyer calls us, come and do this for us, we don't charge them and they don't pay. KPMG says, come and do this for us, we do it for them free of charge. And of course, you know, McKinsey. In fact, right now, McKinsey says they want us to have a meeting next week, a virtual meeting, to do a review of what they should be putting out to the world as consulting services. So the size doesn't matter. That's what I want to leave with you as my final message. The size of your company today doesn't matter. It's in the quality of what you put out to the market that matters. So quality is the distinction. Keep working on that policy. I'm amazed about what God can make out of that business. Thank you so very much. I'm open to comments and questions so that we don't all have to agree, by the way. You know, I said it at the beginning. So we don't have to agree with it, but we want to be enriched in our conversation. So thank you so very much, Mr. Ojo. I'm open to taking comments, also learning from other members here.
I think on behalf of all the great people, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, professors, entrepreneurs, chieftains of industry, academics, I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Biodun Adedipe for delivering a master class. You know, what else do you expect from a world-class economy? I mean, I'm so excited. Thank you. We can't thank you enough. Please, if you are not speaking, can you please mute your mic? We have a time of intervention because if I want to do a summary, the whole of time will be gone. But it's sufficient to say that Dr. Biodun Adedipe took us from, you know, the template, using well and tested tools known for world-class economies, the template from the global to the local, and you know, looking at the various sectors of the economy and looking at the economy and looking at the tools, and you know, profiling solutions to businesses for them to take advantage of the opportunities that will come for 2022. I'm very excited, and there's quite a lot of lessons. I'm taking notes copiously, and this is also being recorded so that we can have, you know, you can make reference, you can turn reference to that. We have a privilege of some of the bright and brightest minds in this nation on this platform. I've always said I'll be glad if we have 1,000 people on this platform, but once we have people who are distinguished in terms of being thought leaders, we are okay. I'll first call on Mr. Tunelemo, the former deputy, you know, deputy governor, Central Bank of Nigeria, and the chairman of Titan Bank, that just made a huge acquisition of you know what. All right, so he's going to make an intervention, and also Mr. Kendi Lawansin, former executive director of First Bank, is also showing an interest in making an intervention. And then there are others that we are going to take. Thank you. Dr. Tunde Lemon, I hope I got it right there. Please.
Thank you very much.
Our
host. First and foremost, let me thank you for bringing back the masterclass, albeit now twice a month, but nevertheless, I think it's very interesting. And I also want to thank my very good friend, Dr. Adedipe. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. Of course, you are a grandmaster when it comes to economic analysis. And indeed, you have done so well today. I'm going to make 5 or 6 comments very quickly. This is also not to say that I do not agree with so many things you have said. In fact, I agree with 70, 75% of it all. But like you said, to enrich our discussion, there may be need also to make reference to a few things. When you were talking about the fact that Nigeria being poverty capital, you said you disagree because of the number of people that fly in and out. I want to disagree with you very seriously there. You see, Nigerians are known with our lifestyle, with our riotous lifestyle. And the fact that we travel ever so often does not really mean that poverty is not endemic in Nigeria. In fact, when you trace the human development indices, you know that poverty is a phenomenon that we have to deal with. And government itself even acknowledge that. And let me also tell you that robust GDP does not necessarily mean people's well-being has been attended to. When we talk about hard numbers in Nigeria, the GDP figure, we always forget the Gini coefficients. And what does that mean? The distribution of income between the rich and the poor. So if Aliko Dangote and top 20, their wealth triples, it jumps on our GDP numbers and we celebrate it. And yet the common man may have been so depreciated that there is mystery all over, which is why most people now look at mystery indices as opposed to hard numbers. When you were talking about projection for the GDP this year, you are so optimistic. I'm not that as optimistic in the sense that, like you rightly said, we may be working from a very low base. And when you work for a very low base, nominally, your GDP numbers appear high. But don't forget the fact that our population grows at 3.2%. And so whatever it is that we have, when that low base, when it disappears, of course, you are going to see that GDP number also going down. Let me quickly also mention the infrastructure indices that you said. You said really you are not worried about our national debt. Please, Dr. Adedipe, we should be worried. We should be worried because you said, well, if it's tied to project. Let me give you an example. You say I'm not bothered if the private sector borrows and then they tie it to project. But if Amechi borrows and then ties it to railway, my problem is the project as conceived today is not bringing in money. I traveled by rail from Abeokuta to Lagos, and the miserable amount they are collecting may not even fuel the trains. And so there is the problem with sustainability. We may be piling up debt, and then we are priding ourselves with the fact that we are tying into projects. If these projects are not configured to give us positive cash flow, we are just going to overburden the next generation. And then the last but not the least is also about the export growth and after. I agree with you in total about what you said there, except to say that for us to do something good there, and also to generate foreign exchange, there's one thing we often overlook, which is competitiveness. We're not competitive in Nigeria. Labor productivity is low. And then, of course, because of infrastructure deficits, we may not be producing as efficiently as possible. Toyota now just set up a manufacturing factory in Ghana. And for what? They are targeting Nigerian market. And yet the production base is in Ghana. So I think we need to really sit down instead of clapping for ourselves to really see how we can remove these structural rigidities so that we can make progress. Because of time, I will stop here, and then we can then have conversation around what I said. Once again, Dr. Adedipe, you've done a wonderful job. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lemo, for all the issues raised. I mean, you can imagine this is a place for first-class brains. Thank you very much for your intervention. And one thing is certain, and Dr. Adedipe mentioning that if you put 100 economists in the in the same room or in the same hall, because the room may be too small for all of them, it may be likely that you won't have agreement all around. But, well, it's going to respond. Dr. Adedipe will respond to that. But before then, I think we also take the intervention of Mr. Kande Lawansi, and then I'll get back to the chat room because there's also some comments that are going on. Mr. Biodun Toki is here. I'll be very glad if he also will make a couple of comments before we move on. Mr. Lawansi, over to you. We yield to you.
Okay. I don't know whether I'm heard.
Yeah, clear and loud.
Oh, thank you very much. Because I'm actually in traffic, but I couldn't resist listening to Dr. Adedipe.
Thank you
Now,
very much.
I have just 2 or 3 points. Tundelemo has mentioned the Gini coefficient, that is income inequality,
Yes.
which should be of great concern to every Nigerian, whether you're economist or not. Income inequality, the great disparity between the rich and the poor in Nigeria. You know, the rich are opulently rich, the poor are abjectly very poor, and that constitutes or it contributes to the insecurity that we have in Nigeria today. So that's been addressed. But Dr. Adedipe mentioned something that's exciting, but I have 1 or 2 questions in that respect. One, aggregating the regional import demands and Nigeria creating a manufacturing base to address it. Now, and the question I have is that globally now, there seems to be some direction out of globalization. Globalization seems not to be working. Even the great exponent of globalization, like countries like the US, they are now looking a lot more inward. They are thinking about Biden is talking building back better. In other words, bringing the manufacturing base back to the US. Of course, Trump championed that as well. So globalization has not really succeeded because essentially it shipped labor. It shipped labor to certain environments. So as lofty as the idea is of Nigeria being the manufacturing base for the region, you know, I want to know what arguments will be in support of that when essentially you're not competitive in terms of pricing. Well, a report said that the cost of moving goods from Apapa port to Kano is more expensive than moving from Shanghai in China to Nigeria. You know, and so how competitive would that strategy be that is being espoused or being recommended by Dr. Adedipe? Let me just stop on those 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lansing. Before I check the chat room, I'll be very glad if we can have an intervention from Mr. Biodun Toki. Mr. Biodun Toki was my Ogas, you know, I'm a servant of many masters. That's part of my problem. For many years, he was my Oga in International Merchant Bank, and he has built a training empire where quite a whole lot of Nigerians and other nationals have been, you know, training over the years. Mr. Toki, you want to say a couple of words? Thank you for joining us. Hello, Mr. Toki, are you still there? Hello, Mr. Toki. Okay. Mr. Lansing, can you mute your mic? Can you mute your mic, Mr.
I'm trying to.
Okay. Mr. Toki, are you there? Okay, if he's not there, let me just, Dr. Adedipe, do you want to respond to that, or do I lay some other comments in the chat room on you so that you can take all together? What do you think?
I can just respond to that very quickly.
Okay.
Very incisive and very useful intervention. Now, let me just show something here in terms of Nigeria's Gini coefficient. And incidentally, is an area I'm doing some research currently. This is a Gini coefficient from 1980 till date. And what we see here from 2009 to 2019 is that there's income inequality has increased, no doubt. Okay. You see, my argument is that oftentimes the institutions, in fact, let me
sorry, doctor, just a moment. I'm trying to look at. Please, can you mute your mic, please? Gentlemen and ladies, can you mute your mic so that we can have a single conversation? Thank you. I'm trying to figure out Who is it that? Okay, thank you, Doctor. You can go ahead.
Now, some of the feedback that we are actually bringing to the discourse are from people who do business, especially the FMCGs. As at this morning, those who are also in the agri sector value chains, a good number of them are foreigners that do business in Nigeria, and the feedback we get from them is that they don't understand what the problem is with us, that we don't seem to see what they see. And so oftentimes, therefore, we go on what booking institutions say, and challenge booking institutions, bring out the data of which we came to conclusion that 80% of Nigerians are living below the poverty line. I want to also know where they conducted the survey. I want to know the sample size. And I want to also recognize the fact that in Nigeria and Africa, we live in communities. They don't live like that in the US and the advanced countries. So when you measure somebody's income in Nigeria or Africa, it doesn't stay at the level of what it earns. It receives transfers. Transfers are like gifts, which means they receive income they do not earn. So you cannot therefore measure such a man in terms of poverty based on the income he earns in Naira that will convert to dollars. It's a faulty analysis. So that's the premise on one hand, and of course the feedback from those we relate with. We relate with actual business people. Let me also mention this. Some of these consular offices have economic department and also interact with us. In fact, some of them off the record, so to say, will tell us that some of the things they put out on occasions are not in line with what we actually observe. But that is on the one side. I agree with you fully about projects, yes, that what we charge for the services of those projects might not make them sustainable. And that is a big, big issue. But I will just cite an example here. Government said June this year, we are going to remove oil subsidy. Then the labor union, the civil service, civil society organizations, and the populace came up and they said, look, they should not touch oil subsidy and keep it there. Otherwise, the country will become ungovernable. This is a pre-election year, and don't also forget, we are coming from the scars of NSAS protests and the hijack. So when you look at the government, therefore, they said, look, we push it forward. In fact, when I first heard the news, the joke I shared with my wife is that, oh, that means Buhari government has shifted it forward to whoever is coming in as president, in the next 18 months. In reality, and that is what we said on the platform of major oil marketers on Monday, I was their guest. The message we put out is that what should sub-national government be doing between now and the next 18 months, so that when this issue comes up again for discussion, we'll not be making reference to the same tired arguments that has kept us in oil subsidy. Why is it that nobody is even talking about the fact that the oil pipelines and the depots are still firmly in the hands of the government? And with the inefficiency there, we lose 22 billion naira every month, paying the staff of those moribund entities that are not servicing us. So the issues are far, far beyond just looking at the big numbers. And of course, if you look at in terms of population growth, our population is not growing at 3.2% any longer. Our population in 2021 grew at 2.55%. 2020, 2.58%. The population growth rate in Nigeria have been dropping. And this is quoting United Nations data. So which was why I made reference in slide number 10, that the population of Nigeria grew at 2.55% in 2021. So it's not 3.2%. So, but what that also signals is that yes, if we can get our GDP to grow faster than the growth rate of population, we have some bit of chances of going in the direction of a sustained growth, different from sustainable growth, different than inclusive growth. Those are the songs we are putting to the government's ears. We must aim at inclusiveness, and that means focus on the youth, where the unemployment is very high, focus also on women, and then focus on agriculture. That's the direction to get this economy I agree with Mr. Lawrence 100%. In fact, globalization took a hit when COVID-19 came. And one of the conversations we had then was that there was a rollback of globalization. And we saw, in fact, I gave evidences when we discussed that in 2020. And the evidences were, yes, he made reference to Trump and US, that is build, make America, strong again, build back strong, and all of those mantras. But we saw what played out with respect to producing locally. Take United Arab Emirates. In their own case in 2020, they said, we'll not import one single face mask from anywhere in the world. We produce every face mask we need within our own territory. We saw the same thing play out. Even here in Nigeria, we're putting money out to the manufacturing sector, especially pharmaceuticals in 2020. So, of course, I agree with you on the issue of logistics, but competitiveness, I have a little different opinion because of what we have seen. There are a number of products in Nigeria that are actually competitive internationally, and we see them also out there. But the question for us is that we need to ramp up the number and the volume. That's where the real issue is. We are not producing enough to export. And why is that so? Our economy is not anchored. If you take the German economy, we consult for the German government, okay? If you take the Japanese government, we consult for one of the oldest Japanese companies, over 400 years old, which received the support of Japanese government, okay? For about 5 European countries, we consult for their governments in terms of their policies towards Africa, okay? So now, what we are saying is this in essence, that what we see practically is that our products are not that poor in the sense of it. Some are getting out there. But the real challenge is how do we get more of our products out there? How do we also, remember where I closed was quality. Quality will compete anywhere in the world. So there's no discrimination when it comes to quality. So the challenge before you and I is that in our own little corner, the service I provide, how do I provide such quality that will be referenced anywhere in the world? So why should all of these foreign entities prefer to do business with BAA? Because we learned very early that size is not what confers an enduring advantage. It is quality. So if each of us on this platform, for example, begin to give more attention to quality, then the concern that Mr. Lawrence raised, competitiveness, will become over time reduced. That's our perspective to it. So yes, we may say it generally. I mean, I interrogated just yesterday evening the competitiveness index. Okay, look at Nigeria and other countries of the world. It means we have a lot of work to do in terms of reforms. That is what government should do. But what should I do in my own corner? Why should I, for example, think I will remain competitive if I don't improve on the quality of what I deliver? So these are the issues. So my focus is more on the individual businesses represented here. If I take, for example, University of Lagos, my alma mater, the question will be, how will Unilab become more competitive within that space? What is the curriculum? Is the curriculum aligned with the market and the industry? What are we doing? Of course, Unilab has improved significantly in recent times in terms of attracting funds to support research. But how do we get more of that? My heart bleeds each time I look at how much money US, Britain, mainland Europe, and all of them get from Nigeria through students that go to do masters and doctorate there. We will pay the money to educate them. They finish, they give them jobs there and keep them there. That should be the benefit to us. But we pay all the money to educate our children. But they get it and they retain them. We say education has collapsed in Nigeria. Why are they all coming here to recruit students for their graduate schools? We say education has collapsed in Nigeria. Why is it that they all come here to recruit professionals? Why do they want our medical doctors in those countries if educational system here has collapsed? Those are the kind of questions that run through my own mind. Okay, so we train them cheaply here, but we can't pay them beyond what we can afford. So they bring big money to attract them. Why don't they spend the money training their own children? I mean, these are the kind of issues I look at. The big picture on the one hand, then you and I as people who do business, what can we do in our corner to improve our own, outcomes? That's what matters to me as a business strategist.
Thank you, Doctor. I mean, I've always said what I've always said is a drive-through MBA, and it really doesn't get better than than this. I'm very excited. I just, bring a couple of comments before we start winding this down because it's been pretty, very energetic. I think selling to the world and earning foreign exchange is our best bet if our economy will be helped. That's from Malara. Thank you very much for your kind comment. Then we have Yemi Ogunde and say, I'm happy about your interest in agriculture as a way forward. I happen to know that this is a foremost Agripino. And so it's not out of place for him to make this comment. What's your opinion about government drive policy in agriculture? I think you mentioned that in your presentation. Speak to the rice pyramid feed by the government. Is that a fluke or is it, is it a PR? Is it a PR thing? So you're going to get that. I read it's a great job. I've really benefited. Thank you, doctor. Because it's good that you have all this. Yeah. They say you hear me, the Greek man, he say this presentation is worthless. Thank you. So we'll get back to you, doctor. This is an architect. And I'm happy and blessed by this presentation. God bless Dr. Biodun Adedipe. Thank you. Malara also added, it's been a time of unlearning and releasing and relearning, unlearning and relearning. Thank you, Keku again. I'm happy to hear that Nigeria is not the poverty capital of the world and our foreign borrowing as of today. It's not threatening. Okay, inflation has been on since 2014. Malara explained, piling more debts for the next generation. Thank you, Dr. Adedipe. That's Abiodun Ogunkanmi. Thank you, Dr. Adedipe, for the presentation. Adekunle Oyemi, awesome presentation. Yemi Ogunde again, agree with Reverend Tunde Lemon's differences on Dr. Adedipe's presentation. Molara, thank you, Tunde Lemon. Thank you for these comments too, sir. On the issue of aggregating import opportunities, now Togo is the export hub for West Africa. All shipping lines now go to Togo before going to other nations. Our ports are massively inefficient. Professor Kemi Lansing, thank you very much, Dr. Adedipe, very insightful presentation. Wale Emmanuel, Touchstone, thank you for this online university. Wow, that's a new one. Awesome presentation, robust intervention, great value added. Adebayo to everyone, intelligent presentation, well done, Dr. Adedipe. Excellent. Doctor, you are the defender of our geographic space or geographical space. This is truly a drive-through MBA. Thank you. All right. Nigeria started exporting fertilizer from Dangote from September last year. That's doctor's intervention. Godwin Okri, one of our faculty members who is in real estate. Without a sound manufacturing base, Nigeria cannot compete with the world. That's his comment. Adekunle, investment in youths, unemployment, women and agricultural sector are quite valid to turn the economy around. Thank you, sir. All right. Doctor also intervened by saying manufacturing contributed 9% of our GDP. Many of them are now foreigners. Okay, Samadewa Boale, thank you, Dr. Tunde Ojo. That does not exist yet for bringing this back. It's still a mystery. Thank you, Dr. Adedipe, for this brilliant presentation. I want to say a huge thank you. I'm sorry we may not be able to take more. Doctor will respond and you wrap it up. We don't want this to exceed 1:30. 4:30. Thank you very much, Doctor. So you can your final thoughts on comments and
only one. The reference to the rice pyramid.
Okay.
Whether it is fluke or real is not the issue for me as a business person and business analyst. What I would rather say is that if the rice was real, that talks about volume that can be processed, and in a matter of time, it will get to the market.
That's right.
All right. But if it is not real, and you say it is because of the planks of wood that they put together and now arrange the rice on top of it, somebody did that. Somebody was given that job and made money from putting the planks together. Somebody made money from transporting those bags of rice to that location. The rice will also be transported back. I heard the African farmer Mongaji say this morning in the session I had with him that not less than 2,000 trailers were hired to take those bags of rice to that location and also return them to the factories where they will now be processed. So in which case, whether it is real or fluke, whatever happened, they have created business for some people. So where were you? You are going about the sentiment and argument. It is fluke, it is real, it is not. Why some people were making money? That is my perspective to it. So thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Once again, on behalf of the
interesting.
thank you, Dr. Adedipe. On behalf of the Touchstone team, I want to say a huge thank you to all our distinguished participants, and of course, a huge thank you to Dr. Adedipe. We are going to be back on the 19th, and I tell you, I don't want to unveil who our distinguished speaker is going to be. You really, I mean, Doctor has opened up, he has started the year on a very, very great note. This is a session you have to look back if you're a business person, entrepreneur, analyst, academic, or whatever it is. Thank you very much, Dipo, Muiwa, Buki, and the entire, all the support people at the Touchstone end, making this happen from time to time. It's a great opportunity for us to serve and to present this drive-through MBA now that is going to be fortnight. Until we come your way again on the 19th, here he's saying, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend across the globe of all the people that have joined us. Thank you once again, and God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. For the next 1 minute, you can unmute and say, you can say hi to, you know, friends. We call this the after party, just for a minute. Doctor.
Thank you so very much for having me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doctor, you've done a great job.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Great.
Very good.
Okay. Dr. Agbaji, thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Another wonderful.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you. Bye for now. See you February 19th.
God bless.
Please feel free to share with your friends so that we can have more interesting and more robust conversation. Bye for now.
Yeah, blessing.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Every year, and it's a percentage of your salary.
Good evening.
Como?